And then I have to Alt-Tab to be able to get to OBS to tell it, hey, I want to switch scenes to the one where everybody can see everything. Hi, I'm Ciantier. Welcome. For some reason, my camera needs to be angled way more up than it felt like it used to need to be. I want to get these arms out of my way. Hope everyone's doing well today. We will be continuing more Dragon's Dogma. Dark Arisen. Technically, it's the subtitle to that. Hopefully my microphone's fine. I installed a Windows update, and Windows updates always mess with my microphone settings for some reason. I had to make sure I selected my microphone again properly.
The wood grows thicker.
That's right. I'm remembering now. Last time, I beat a manticore. Barely. That was painful. I'm looking forward to playing more of this game. I will play more Ashen later today, at least that's the plan, but it'll probably be a little bit shorter. I want to make sure to not, overdo it. But I felt like I wanted to play more of this game, and I wanted more distance between breakfast and lunch, so I got a little bit of a late start. Anybody else have this problem? I have this problem where, what? Oh, rocks. Where I don't get enough sleep, and then that means I lack the willpower to get myself to bed on time, so then I don't get enough sleep again, and just kind of makes this train of, an abject failure to get enough sleep repeatedly, and it's terrible. Does anybody else have that problem? Hi, Skeleton. Well,
My consciousness fades.
hi. Thank you for... Beware falling rocks, I guess. What? Chaffstem. I should have some decent carrying capacity on this character now on account of having... used a ton of consumable, or a ton of things to heal. I think I want to go up this way, maybe? I don't know. But there's some enemies over there, so I should drop a save. I'm still light, so that's good. Thornflower. A colorful flower known for its prickly petals. Combine it with other materials to produce aught of use. Well... Okay, I can combine it with southern oregano. We will create one crimson concoction. Well, time to go figure out what that is. This is crafting of bows and arrows. Poison arrows. Create something unknown with a harpy pinion. Is this the crimson? A tonic the color of oxblood, created by combining other substances. Consuming it as is may not be wise. Oh, but you can combine it with stuff to create poison flask. Well, let's see what I get when I mix it with mushrooms. Spicy mushroom tea. Is that a curative? A rousing tea that sets one's blood a-boil. Cures those frozen solid. Interesting. I have accidentally made... I'll need to ask Hawk about mushroom tea. Are these enemies or are these travelers? What's going on now? That's apparently a goblin. Yep. Oh, yeah. I'm going to want to replace Senshin when I get to a place where I can do that. It just takes so long to activate. It's alright, but... This is the move I wanted. I want a jumpy move. Okay, hang on. Oop. That's why I saved first. I wanted to try to use my healing items, but the problem is I accidentally hit the wrong button. And that's why I made sure to save before the encounter.
I'm on my way. Monsters arisen! Ready yourself! We have triumphed. Our strength brought us victory.
There's a large piece of work over there that I'd like to avoid. That thing's more durable. I'm worried about that big guy. I don't want to fight him if I don't have to.
Cyclops there! Cannot move with one upon his leg! It's against that foe. That Cyclops is armored! Into his leg! Throw it on balance! Mark. The leg! Grab hold of the leg!
Yeah, it is armored. Hang on, I think it's really dark in here. Hey, Dead on Stick! Good to see ya! Glad you're able to drop by. How have you been?
I support you.
Now I feel like I need to scroll my chat window to see better. You. No idea what this game is though. This is Dragon's Dogma. It is an action RPG from quite a while ago now. Even good as usual. Mandatory 3-week holiday. Ah, that would make sense. I know you've been really busy lately, so... Sleeper arrows. I wonder if that's a hint. Day 1, eh?
Help me!
Where even did I end up? Hang on, it's getting dark. Let's get another one of these magical flares out. I'm not sure you're doing a whole lot of good by hanging onto its leg. No, this is like 360 era. I remember it being a thing people were talking about closer to like the first Dark Souls. Oh, and I have accidentally used all of my stamina. Its legs are thick. Yeah, that sounds about like what I remember YouTube saying its release had been. Let's charge up another flare so we have light to see this dang thing. Oh, I have too much weight on me. Let's take a moment to move stuff around. All of them, please. Thank you. There, that'll help. I should actually consider giving... some healing items to... what is this? Okay, I didn't really need to do that. Let's give some to Augusta. Yeah, very 360s era. I kind of want to hang on to my potent green warish. Let's give this to Hera. If I give them healing items, they will use them if they need them. And they definitely do need them. But one of the things that's significant about this is you get NPC companions called pawns that make up the rest of your party. Well, that didn't work. I'm trying here, Augusta. Ow. I know you can't move, but I need to be in the healing light. There we go. But what's really nice about that pawn system, I mean, sure, stand there if you want to, is it lets you kind of customize your party in a way, and I don't know, I like it so far. The other thing that you'll notice that I think is a really neat system is like my health bar had some light gray, and you can see with Hera, she's got some light gray in her health bar, as well as like what looks more like an emptier health bar. And what's happening there is not all damage that's done to you can be healed with magic. Only the light gray can be healed with magic. So that means that you need like healing items and ins and stuff to get the rest of the sort of healing that you need to be able to get your health back to actual full. And I really like that system because it means that they're able to have healing magic in the game without it being like, oh, this is the one-stop shop solution to all of your health needs ever, and therefore it doesn't invalidate items. Because that's one of the things that's really tricky in RPGs with items is how do you make... I have overextended myself. How do you make the items that you have in the game relevant? There's some healing spells, but there's not a dedicated healing class. The mage class can learn healing skills, though. I don't think this is a game super focused on playing a healer. There is like a healing spell that creates an area effect that when you stand in it, will regenerate your health. I'm not sure what other spells there are, though. I'm very early into the game still, I'm pretty sure. I mean, this is only my third stream of it, so. But yeah, that is a valid observation as well. Okay, I need to go get Augusta up. Charge up another magical flare here. Seems like launching those into this thing's face sends it a little bit. Okay, let's get my healer and buffer back up. We're doing okay on damaging this thing. I think we'll be able to beat it without too much difficulty. Yeah, we're down onto its last health bar now. One of the other things that you can see that's going on is you can grab or climb on large enemies, which is kind of neat. I'm sticking at bow range because this thing is large and angry and has armored shins. And my character is not very good at doing anything about armored shins, apparently. But I have a magical bow because this character is like a magic rogue with a magical bow. Yeah, I mean it is a spamming like action RPG sort of. Style for sure. Yeah, I'm also maybe not supposed to be fighting this thing just yet. One of the things that I am noticing is if you're a player character and you're able to kind of stay back from the enemy, then it's quite possible to just play Resbot. I don't know if other stuff will punish you for trying to do that, but better anyway. You know what? Sure. The fact that you can knock it down like that is kind of satisfying, though. And like part of what's going on is I'm sitting back just using my magical bow attacks in relative safety. Oh, that's not ideal. Where's the third? Okay, over there. Where is the enemy? Oh, there he is. Yeah, that definitely is what I'm focusing on. It actually does move pretty quickly because it's turns out it's got very long limbs, but it's mostly focused on all of the melee dudes I have with me. Got it. Where's my... Hang on, I always forget where to find my lantern. I don't think they're smart enough for that. Let's see, is there anything else I can loot off of this thing in particular? As it slowly sinks into the ground. I believe it is decaying quickly, is actually what's happening.
Monsters grow bold by night.
Yeah, well, it's not like I can set up a camp.
Keep an eye turned to the shadows.
Looks like there's some sort of trail here. Hang on. This button gets me to the map. Actually, let's save first because I beat that thing. I definitely feel like there was a manticore that I fought earlier. I definitely feel like that was a lot more dangerous. Don't know where that goes, but I need to kind of go up that way still, so I'm going to head up that direction. I could actually really use an inn. Get some full refilled HP. Devil Fire Grove. Well, that doesn't sound safe. There's something in there in the darkness. Oh, this could be bad. Holy shnikes. Nope. Nope. Nope.
This far different climb from the capital. Perhaps it bears noble fruit.
Nope. That's too many health bars. That sounds bad. That...
Beware, careful! A goblin!
Oh no. What am I gonna find? What am I gonna find?
Let's have its armor and shield off!
I would like to activate Flee.
Tis weak to ice!
I don't care what it's weak to. Ow.
Tis far stronger than a hobgoblin. A hobgoblin is beware! Let thy fight! Tis weak to ice!
Oh, that's a freaking dragon. Yeah, nope. We need to...
Just a moment to my consciousness.
Yeah, I don't care about your consciousness. I care about a freaking dragon.
A deer.
Augusta is just gonna be forfeit. Let's actually go Augusta. Oh. I think if pawns forfeit, they automatically give all their stuff into your bank. So I'm not gonna worry about that.
Many. Hobgoblin is a formidable foe.
Oh no.
Some pieces still remain.
Let's actually just use the old-fashioned I don't belong here option. Go back to Grand Soren.
storms hold.
Do.
So this is the Pawn Guild.
Yep, this is the Pawn Guild.
You can summon pawns as necessity demands here at the Pawn Guild.
Hello, Hera. You know what? We'll be back. Yes, I know. The way that this worked, by the way, my volume looks a little high. The game's going to go quiet in a moment here as I Alt-Tab to tweak my volume down slightly so that way when I talk louder, it doesn't peak. I should probably add it more of a compressor to it, but whatever. That's something that I might look at between streams now that I think about it. But, where was I? Got distracted by the thing.
We make for the stone of the southwest. The road to the southwest seems this is where the merchants live. Some first higher on the guide. It is also advisable.
Hi, yeah, I would like...
Is the hub of our trade.
No surprise, given the fact that I fear you seem to have your pick. Any you like.
Rest,
Will it be
please.
today? Understood.
Here we can rest, manage inventory and skills, and so on.
No, I fear. Have your pick.
I would like to
Will it be
learn
today?
skills, please. So I can get... Oh. Hello. Yes, that sounds good. Ricochet Secret. Loses a magical arrow that increases in powers that ricochets towards its target. Quite effective in cramped quarters. I'm interested in Sixfold Bolt. Cutting Wind. Advanced form of Biting Wind slashes past target depending on more foes. Dazzle Hold. Cast a firework explosive into the fray that sends nearby foes. Shadow Pin. Plunges one blade into the ground to form a magical sigil that traps enemies within its confines. That sounds interesting. Let's get that. It doesn't means I can't get any of these upgraded bow things, but I can get those later. Levitate requires me to use a staff, so we're not going to worry about that. Ascension, I was not too impressed with. Let's try Shadow Pin instead. Yeah, these are all fine.
What will it be today?
Actually, Rain. Should probably get more shield stuff. Shield Storm, an advanced form of Shield Strike. It shrinks the user's window of vulnerability with a faster blow that forces the target to drop their guard. Symbol Onslaught. An advanced form of Sheltered Spike that appends still more strikes to the onslaught will guard him from all directions but the rear. Yes, let's go ahead and go with this one. Let's see. Yeah. Some of those could definitely stand to be a bit stronger.
What will it be today? Have your pick.
That's
Any you
good.
like. Come again.
Oh, actually, you know what? I should manage my inventory.
I fear. Have your pick. What will it be today?
Most curatives I want to hang on to. I'm gonna bank those.
What will it be today?
I need to deposit stuff off of Rain as well. I'm sure I can do stuff with those at some point in time, but you know what? We will bank those for now. Looks like she has extra armor that maybe I want to sell.
Again soon.
Actually, what I want to do is I want to buy some healing herbs from the apothecary.
We don't deal. We're in honest business. I, them, take all the time.
That's for a quest that I have. I'll buy 3 of these. And maybe 10 of these. That seems good. A lot of other stat cleaning things. I'm going to grab a pickaxe for myself as well. I should be carrying one around. Yeah, let's pick up a lantern to give to Rain as well. I don't think she has one, and that would be good to have.
Take all the time you like. Do come again.
Okay, let's... No, not that one, this one. Tools, give Rain one of these. And then I have a pickaxe, so I can mine.
The stone of the southwest. It is dreadfully easy to while away hours just shopping.
Okay, let's drop a save and then go look at the map. Hang on, I'm gonna adjust my microphone a little bit. Okay. So I theoretically have a quest over there. I'm not quite sure the best way of actually getting there, though. Probably not through there. I might actually try to explore more over here, because I feel like that's just a big open spot for me right now. The Everfall, that's the name of that place. I am not going to the Everfall right now, though. I don't know if I will be able to go and save Augusta or not.
The stone of the southwest. It is far to the south, beyond the quarry. Grand Soren, the beating heart of all Grances. We need only follow the map from here, Master.
Yes, we need only follow the map.
Kill them all! We ought to be able to travel even further. Armed rogues! They're left exposed after a grand strike.
Okay, Shadowpin does require me to charge and release it.
They attack in quick succession.
Come out of here.
After they strike, I hold it. I am supporting.
I've used up my stamina.
Are you all right, Master?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just...
They attack in quick succession.
I have more money than I realized. Where's the enemy archer? Oh, over there. Okay, there's a bunch of bandits just outside town. I don't know why the town guard isn't doing more about this. So just the 3 of you? It looks like it. That does not do as much damage as I'd want it to.
They attack in quick succession. They are left exposed after a grand strike. This should change the stakes. That was hardly a war. Strength in numbers, Arisen.
Yeah, strength in numbers. I would like to get our numbers back up. Wait, where's this go? Okay, I kind of want to be more up this way. I like these ruins. They remind me a lot of some of the ruins I have seen in real life. Actually. But I quite like ruins. I have a soft spot for ruins. I don't quite know why either. It's just, you know, aesthetics are a curious thing that way.
Stray from the roads and we'll soon find monsters arisen.
Sometimes those barrels have useful things.
Danger stalks even city streets. Best we remain well equipped. Seems all roads lead to Grand Soren.
Well, all roads would lead to Grand Soren if all roads were made from Grand Soren.
Roads and we'll soon find monsters arisen.
Hey, here's a little place.
Tis hard to find reason to go on.
Wow, you're depressed.
Seems people lived here once. Careful, a goblin! The path diverted. They grow frenzied! Now we'll gain the upper hand. Now Arisen, end it! I finish this!
There's definitely cool stuff to find later. I found a level 70-something pawn with some really cool gear.
That was hardly a real triumph.
Miner's hut.
There are tools scattered about.
Hello.
Hi, Duncan.
Can I help you?
What do you got going on? You're a warrior. Ladder blade. Offers the flat of the blade to allies as a platform to propel them aloft. You are very underwhelming.
Did you?
This'll restore a bit of health.
I picked up so many things. I am now
If you lose your way, you need but
getting kind of
consult your
heavy.
map.
More money? I'm happy to get more money. It's like things are either less than 1,000 or like, you know, around 1,000 or they're like 200,000. So where do pumpkins show up? And here they are. There we go. Pumpkins are pretty heavy as it turns out.
I'll take that.
This person's house is infested with giant spiders. So that's great.
What's that?
We call it a bed.
My kind grows better able to serve the more we learn.
Yeah. What I'd really like, actually, is a healing skill. Be kind of nice.
The path diverges.
The ancient quarry north entrance, or this continues on northward.
Wolves hunt in packs. Monsters that live here. You can smell all that is red. They're nimble. Watch your back.
Okay, I don't see more offhand. I just tripped some sort of tripwire.
Very slippery target.
Saw you up there. Now where'd you go?
them to surround you. I'll manage in a single blow. This should change the stakes.
Oh, a rift fragment. Wow.
Slippery target.
Get these wolves out of
Out
here.
of the way. Wolves hunt in packs.
So you said.
Let's wait and see what they do. You'll now hit them swinging blindly. Did it?
Good thing I have magical arrows that don't care. They just seek things. Although, I'm kind of feeling like a regular boast might actually have been a little bit better. I'm trying to decide if the thing I'm seeing up there is a rock or a treasure chest.
Get nimble. Watch your back. Don't allow them to surround you. Die! Ha! Now we gain the upper hand.
Hmm. Small coin purse. Let's see what's up this way. One of the things I'm trying to find, just to kind of explain what's going on in my head, is I'm trying to find a way. There's a big mountain range right here, and there's a southern pass here that I went through previously during the last session, which had me fighting manticores and cyclopses today, as you saw. I'm wanting to try to find a passage, another pass over there. It looks like there might be one over here, and it looks like there might be one over here. But I'm trying to find out how I can get over to that quest that I have. Whether or not I'm equipped to do it is another matter entirely, but it'd be nice to find another town as well. I don't know where those are lurking or how common they are.
Get him!
Armed bandits arisen. Wait for an opening.
I just see those two.
Nice pull. Counter after they strike.
Wow, that's impressive looking.
We attack in quick succession.
I'm not too impressed with Shadowpin. It feels difficult to use, in part because it's very slow to go off. Which makes it, nope, 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 nope. Doesn't really look like there's a path over here anyway. I'm in some sort of forest. Okay. I mean, it did say I was in a forest, so I'm not sure what I was expecting. Do I still have my lantern up? Or did I stop using that? I think I'm not using it right now.
Bandits arisen.
Bandits. Oh, yes, bandits.
I've learned.
Thing is, I don't want to, like, go super far down someone either. Ow. This is one of those moments where I need to use one of those potent green warshes I bought, or two. Looks like you got him. Good job. Good job, team.
A curative will serve.
We should maybe head back to town. Let's poke a little bit further.
We may find aught new to harvest from it.
Because I'd like to uncover a little bit more map. This definitely has map fog of war, kind of like Guild Wars
These
does.
are human footprints. Doubtful it was a friendly one.
Hello. What is this? Lone flower. Back is inventory. A special flower that blooms only in solitude. Combine it with other materials to produce something of use. Yeah, this combines with a lot of different stuff. Some deer around here if I wanted to hunt.
It is most unsettling. Best we chose our path carefully.
Yeah. Around a little bit more. Yeah, okay, so she is forfeit. She's only level 16. I should try to replace her with a new one. I have built up a good amount of discipline points already, though. Like I said, I would like to find... What? I think I got attacked by a spooked deer.
Monsters? Or bandits else?
If I grab a tree, can I climb it? No, it just makes impotent grabbing motions at it. I'd be really curious to see how they take sort of
We may find aught new to harvest from it.
some of the base concepts of this game and like expanded them for with like newer tech and concepts. Also, that rock, like my brain says there's a Korok underneath it, even though this is not Breath of the Wild, therefore there is not a Korok underneath it. A bunch of wolves over there. Oh, those are weak wolves too.
Wolves hunt in packs. Will now hit the primary target. Use my support. Take this, bounty. There is much to find in these unexplored lands. We have triumphed.
We have triumphed over some very weak enemies. It's weird. Why are they so weak over here? I feel like I've had others that were much stronger. Is this a friendly area?
Soren!
Sorry, what now?
An unsettling beast. Stay wary. And mayhap their souls will reach the ground. Those scales with solid steel. We must be cautious.
Oh, we removed his tail. See? I don't know what good removing his tail does, but it did turn into Saurian tail.
Their spears have long reach scales with solid
Okay, yeah, we need to be heading back to town for some heals.
steel. Weak as well.
And to pick up a new healer.
Our strength brought us victory.
Okay. So I covered a little bit more map. It looks like there's something down there. We'll put waypoint marker 1 on that. I do want to figure out what that is. I could head back onto the path to try to go there. I do want to go back to town, though, if I'm being... frank about my situation. Tool...
It is a port crystal. One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item.
Hello.
Hi, Galen. What do you got? Brazil Ingle. Lassitude. And 11.
Can I help you?
No, you don't have a healing skill.
Hello. Can I help you?
Miasma and Lassitude. Frazzle and 11. What's with these mages that don't heal?
Be they man or pawn, it is hard to do all. You can summon pawns as necessity demands here at the pawn gallery.
What the heck are you?
Hello.
Hi, Jade. You have an interesting choice in armor. You are a mage. Fairly well-ranked mage, actually. What are you even... Leering. Or around these that blinds foes who enter. Silences foes who enter. Okay. Oh, you're wearing a lady's corset, laced leggings, and a circlet, and some tiger bangles. Yep, you are an interesting...
Then I bid
You've made interesting choices. Well, unfortunately, you did not make the more important choice, which was a healing skill. Hey, Hera. Hi.
Yes, Arisen.
Do you have boon lassitude 11?
Yes, Arisen.
No.
If you should.
Yes, Arisen.
Details, please. No lassitude, phrasal 11.
Yes, Arisen. If you should ever need it. Is everything in order, Master?
I'm gonna go ahead and release you.
May our paths cross again.
I want some higher level pawns. I can afford slightly higher level ones. Okay. Let's see.
Yes, Arisen.
What are your details? Ingle, Holy Boon, and Lassitude. I
Yes,
want...
Arisen. If you should ever need it.
Yes, Arisen.
Fire Boon, Ingle, 11, and Lassitude.
Yes, Arisen.
If you should ever need any...
Yes, Arisen.
There's a Frizzle, 11.
Yes, Arisen.
If you should ever need...
Yes, Arisen. Yes, Arisen. If you should ever need anything.
Yeah, but we're not doing stuff online, so it doesn't really matter. The online aspect of this game was that your pawn could go and help other people and like
If you
get
should ever
better.
need-
Yes, Arisen.
Blearing, Frigor. Ah, this one has Anodyne. Anodyne is what I'm looking for. Ice Boon is nice. Okay, let's hire this one.
I am honored to travel with you.
Okay, search. Pawns by level. Yeah, that's fine. Phoenix. Sure, let's look at Phoenix and Eloise. And Valana. And Alistor.
Yes, Arisen?
Toss and trigger, biting wind, six-fold arrow.
Yes, Arisen? If
Um,
you should ever need it.
I might come back to talk to you again.
Yes, Arisen.
Brontide, Thunderboon, 11 and Anodyne. You know what? Maybe. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab this
I
one.
am honored to travel with you.
Okay. That should help.
This is a place quite
Business with the
restful
guild,
to my
sir?
kind.
Come here and immediately the two healing capable pawns that I just summoned heal me. So that's nice. Rain is my main pawn. She'll always be with me. And has
You can summon pawns as necessity
special
demands.
properties like being able to level up. Okay, let's go.
We make for the stone of the southwest. The road
Back
to
to the
southwest
inn.
is long and unfamiliar. We'd best hire our guard. This also requires help.
I imagine we would never tire of this place.
Also, it will be something.
I feel you have your pick. And you what will it be today?
Let's deposit some stuff. Like this rock and this kindling. I'm gonna spend some time combining stuff here. But you can notice, now I have rain stuff here. And then the other pawns whose inventories are going to be empty of stuff.
What will it be today?
Combine. Hunk of ore. Can make back fat oil. I can make a pretty stone. That combines to make something unknown. Well, let's find out what that is, shall we? Oh, I made a skeleton key. I don't know what a skeleton key does. But that's cool. Chestnut branch. I can recover it with a rotten berry. That probably makes, yeah, blinder arrows. Oh, okay. Shroud makes silencer arrows. Yeah, okay. I still don't know what I can combine that with. Oh, I have some gold ore. That's kind of cool. Oh, I can combine copper ore and kindling to make a pickaxe. That's kind of nice. I don't really need a pickaxe, but I can make dragon spit with Flamica and a pretty stone. Silver ore. Well, let's see what I can make with hempen. Oh, I made wool cloth somehow. A lot of back fat oil possible. I wonder if more things open up as options of things that you can make as you go. Make sleeper arrows with pine branches. Foreign knife? Oil arrows? Oh, I can get the oil out of the oil arrow. That's kind of neat. Yeah, okay, that's enough looking at
What will it be today?
combining.
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
Was Biting Wind? Yeah, I think I might want the updated version to Cutting Wind. And then I think I should be able to afford this as well. That's not as exciting because having more foes is like not that exciting, but okay, that's the upgraded thing for her. Shadow Pin, I want to be Cutting Wind. And then that's automatic Hunter's Bolt now.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like.
I feel like I'm
Against
doing alright for the moment. Okay, let's get back out there and explore a little bit more, shall we? Yeah.
Southwest. It is far to the south, beyond the quarry. Different countries, cities, people.
Beyond the quarry. That feels like a directional clue. I saw that there was a quarry on the map. It is auto-saving, so that's good. I wanted to go visit whatever this was, though. Looks like it's at the end of the woods. So let's head that direction.
The mild weather year-round makes Francis well-suited for
This is definitely a game that feels like it wants mounts. I don't think it has them, though. Or at least, if it does, I certainly haven't encountered them. You do run very quickly, but then you have to, like, let your stamina recover.
walls, or the ruins of such.
Turn out your pockets and be quick about it.
For an open.
Ancient Quarry lies this way, Arisen. I'll blind them!
For a grand strike.
Well, I'll take a level up. I don't know what he was hoping to accomplish, but it did not go however he may have wanted it.
Has not been kind to this place. It was most like a watchpost once.
Armed bandits in the village. Counter up the strike.
Wow, there's a lot of dudes out here. These are very low bandits, though. Ow. Vaguely? Definitely needs a hand.
No! I hold the advantage!
I cannot take much more.
Wow, these mages are not having a good time.
Please help me! I'm done for. Counter after they strike.
Where do you think you're going?
Leave it to me. Run strike.
Wait for an opening.
Counter after they strike.
Ow. This is why I got some green warish.
Was unprepared.
This guy is particularly potent.
They attack in quick succession.
Hmm.
No way we could have lost to that.
Maybe, but there's a freaking ton of bandits there. Was that like a cabbage that just went flying? No, it's just a
This looks
large nut
interesting.
in a very big bag. Okay.
Was most like a watchpost once.
They're armed, Master.
We have triumphed.
There's no way we could have lost to that.
Didn't drop out of use. Okay, let's go see what's over in this house.
There may be out of use inside. What's that?
May also be kind of dark. Hang on. There. It doesn't seem like they kept much in their meeting room. That's fine, I suppose. I have gone too far. Catacombs rear passage 1. Interesting. Let me use this to get my health back up. Although, realistically, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go rest again, because my caster friends apparently have very terrible armor. What is my defense? 254. I mean, they're not terrible. Not amazing, but not terrible. I don't know. I don't worry too much about the hired pawns, just because I feel like a lot of the time they're going to be a little weak. Actually, this is another. Okay, if I had the materials, I can make more potent herbs.
Monsters can strike day or night, even in the shadow of Grand Soren's walls.
So, be careful. Definitely feel like I maybe have one mage too many, but
So we'll have ample store of meat for an emergency. Stray from the roads and we'll soon find monsters arisen.
Is there a way to make jerky and stuff? I feel like there should be cooking in the game, but I don't really know how to do it.
Danger stalks even the city streets. Thus we remain well equipped.
Seems all roads lead to Grand Soren. Stray from the roads and we'll soon find monsters arisen. The ancient quarry lies this way, Arisen.
A cloud of unease hangs over the land these days.
Goblin!
Tis all.
Goblin? Oh, I guess so.
Prepare yourself, Goblin!
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
Ooh, a chest. I don't know what I just got, but it made me slightly heavier. There was some sort of town here or something. What are you two doing over here?
Let's have a look.
Well, I just kind of want to go into the woods.
Goblin!
Goblin.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
This looks interesting.
Yes, yes indeed.
Seems we found the quarry.
One could see all of Grancis from atop that.
I want to be vaguely careful
The land
here.
here is meager, unfit to sustain trees.
I don't know. There seem to be quite a few trees here. Although I'll grant you, many of them do not look to be in the best of conditions. I don't really like their decay system, just because I feel like I don't have a good sense of what I can do, aside from getting a bunch of airtight containers to prevent stuff from decaying.
It's most unsettling.
Like how can
We
I
chose our path carefully.
make sure I'm using stuff in a timely fashion, I guess is kind of what that amounts to. Okay, I don't really have a good sense of a way through, but I just know that I want to go vaguely that direction. It's getting kind of late and therefore dark.
It is most unsettling. Best we chose our path carefully.
I have a real tendency to want to hit start to get to my inventory, and then finding that it's not where it is. What I'm hoping to do is find another like town that I can like warp to and stuff. I can serve as another sort of staging area.
Rife with spots where useful materials may hide.
What's that?
That's not a pleasant odor. Monsters must be near.
Like this game does a lot of cool stuff, and it just feels like if they made a new version. Hey, Draco32. I think that's what it says. Hello, welcome. 33, excuse me. I don't know why I got your number wrong. For some reason, I have a hard time focusing on that small screen that I have down there where the chat is.
Fear not should we lose our way, Master. Your map
But
will
welcome.
serve us.
The Abbey. Okay, there's a rift stone here.
Looks like a cottage.
Hi.
I thought to find you here.
Uh,
They speak of you in every corner of the capital. They say the Arisen has returned. I tried to find the witch in the woods. I had hoped she might know more of the wound you bear. A thick fog blanketed the forest, swallowing my path at every turn. I was never able to find the witch. I wish to complete my training to the end, and do so without assistance. I cannot beg help while you strive to save the world entire. Please, let me do as I must.
Okay, you do that, Kina.
I wish to complete my I can please.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of cool things that I've been enjoying from the game so far. It does feel like I can feel its age in certain things. Like I'd expect a roll button.
Worse, the world is ever home to hope.
And the fact that there isn't a roll button feels very strange, but
A horde of undead!
what? Did she just shout a horde of undead and run out of the...
There, Master! The undead!
I hardly falter in their assault.
I've learned new techniques against that foe.
I can't but envy their there, Master! Stout undead!
Die!
Are they stout? It's like magical flare against most enemies makes them easier to see. Against the undead, it just vaporizes them.
Be still. I have them all.
Get off me. I don't care about romances in games most of the time. But good to know, I guess. Rain, how did you manage that one? Try and... There, that should help. Oh, that guy is... Woo, that was unpleasant.
I can't but envy their endurance.
Did we get them all?
Shall restore your health. Hold on, perhaps.
I'll heal your wounds.
I mean, I'm fine. I have magic exploding arrows that worked quite well. Ooh, a mahogany cape. Wait. Mahogany cape? The heck is a mahogany cape? Did I read that right? No, that says mahogany. Oh, that's a nice little overcloak. It is slightly better resistances at some things, mildly less armor. Not upgraded, so that's probably why it's a little bit worse. So wait, what's going on inside here?
An abbey here. It seems a dangerous place for such pursuits.
Does seem like an odd place to put an abbey, yes.
Even at its worst, the world is ever home to hope.
Do you see anything else?
Happiness finds those who wait in quiet grace.
What does that mean in the context of this game?
Well, happiness finds those.
They just have some standard lines that they say.
The stories say Arisen are instilled with the power to defeat dragons.
Well, I certainly hope so. I saw one earlier and it was terrifying. Had like 6 or 7 health bars. And flew and breathed fire.
I shall pray you find your strength, Arisen. We shall all of us pray for you.
Pray to the Maker, I think is what they called their deity. It's a pretty standard name. Something like Maker, Creator, whatever. I have no particular problem with it. But it does mean that they all kind of blur together in my brain. Did they use Maker in like Dragon Age as well?
Happiness finds those.
No, I already talked to you. Well, map. Can I remove waypoints? Well, I don't see a whole lot else here in the Abbey. I don't know if I have the ability to... I don't know. I kind of wish I could use these rift stones as fast travel points, but I don't think they work that way, unfortunately. I'm okay with my companions at the moment. We seem to have dealt with the undead scourge that was here. Unfortunately, they don't have an inn or other place of hospitality for me to rest and advance time and manage skills and stuff, but that's fine. I'll wander around back here a little bit, break some of their boxes. There's some beds over here. Hi.
I shall pray you find your strength, Arisen.
Oh, you've wandered over here, okay.
Tis a rough-hewn place and bare.
Yes, it is that. I will agree. But they have some wood stored up for later. I am in wandering. I don't have any specific quest that sent me here, no. I just happened to see it on the map and wanted to see what was here. I'm a little hesitant to go out into the woods. I really wish that I had a camping option of some kind, but let's go ahead and drop a save. Why not? What I should probably do is check out this quarry. How much discipline do I have? A decent amount. Not really enough to really get a whole lot. Okay, I remember seeing a manticore out here. The undead where? I remember seeing a manticore somewhere out here in the woods. Oh, Rain got vocation rank up. That's nice. But I saw a manticore at some point, and I'm like, I don't want to fight a manticore, so I'd prefer not to wander into one if I can help it. I have to admit, I'm really liking Magical Flare right about now. It takes a while to charge, but then it just one-shots these things. Wow, these things are really tanky. Then I get a Magical Flare off, and they're just gone. Ah, there's the other one. Or chimeras, whatever they're called. Oh, these things are pretty durable.
We have triumphed.
These magical flares deal a lot of damage.
Shall restore your health. Hold on, anytime.
Hang on, I wanna... light up the area a little bit so I can see. I really wish this coat was not glued to my legs, but it's just a byproduct of this era of video games. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. Like these days this would be run on a cloth sim, so it wouldn't have to be attached to my character's animation bones, so it'd look a lot better. But there's not a whole lot you can, like, this is just where the technology was at the time, and that's just how it is. It does kind of make me want to find a different coat that I like, though. Do I have a watch I can use in this quest? Because I'm trying to get to this fortress, travel to the sun of the southwest, and join the force sent to recapture the hold. I'm trying to do this quest, but it is proving to be somewhat challenging. I need to defeat one more Saurian. I have defeated I have defeated 7 undead warriors. Region Abbey vicinity. Okay, what's this one? Ancient Quarry vicinity. Yeah. That's just how it goes. Unfortunately, this game's window traps the cursor, so it's hard for me to, like, if chat's moved enough to kind of catch up where it is. I wonder if I can rearrange the windows to give the chat more space in OBS. I should look into that at some point. Okay, well, I feel like that's enough hanging around here. I do want to begin heading towards that mine, so let's just start by getting out of the woods. Actually, I should let my stamina recover. What's my weight situation? Okay, I am carrying too much. Send that over. Wow, those are fairly heavy. Okay, there we go. Oh. Like, what is my character looking at? And it turns out she's looking at a bunch of little spiders.
It is dangerous to walk the cliff's edge.
I just find a skull sitting out there. Sure, why not? Yeah, that's a pretty steep cliff. Let's find a way down. Oh, hello. I found a light cure.
What's this?
Spider territory. Okay, whatever. We'll just shoot these 2 spiders.
This looks interesting.
See, that's the Abbey.
Are we not just here? All these paths look the same.
Well, it turns out they're not the same. But I do need to go this way. More or less.
How deep do you suppose it is? I did not know things of such scale existed.
Oh. That doesn't seem good.
The sight of women excites it.
What are we looking at?
Their own power makes them a threat. No, they hold the advantage. Too powerful.
Ow. I don't know why these things don't have multiple health bars.
Help me out. Break free of its grip. No, focus your attack. More vicious than a cyclops. Too powerful. The sight of women excites it.
It's very hard to see. What? Oh, we need to get our butts out of here. Saffron. Let's get out of here. Yeah, I don't care if the quest failed. I want my pawns to not fight 2 of those things at the same time, because it turns out they are very tanky. And I don't feel ready to fight that yet.
I shall restore your health. Hold on. Leave it to me.
Let's have a look.
Grab some more lone flowers. I'm beginning to think there might not be a good way down from up here, though. Yeah, that's where I want to be. I
Cullings from the
believe one
Perhaps
of
the
these
land still
mages
holds
has an electric boon. So that's Ice Boon. Yeah, this one has Thunder Boon and Brontide and Levin, which I believe are all electric. Let's see. Pine branch is making me too heavy. Yeah, I don't care about that. Ah. Take that box.
Years of mining has given this place a rich store of footholds.
We're at the mouth of the quarry. Stay watchful. This
Oh, hello. As you can tell from the look of me, I'm at my wit's end. I've need to travel south through this mine, but the accursed gate won't budge. Despite the dangers, I came this way hoping to shorten my journey. Some shortcut, eh?
Yeah.
It's a fine waste of time if the gate cannot be lowered. Do you mean that? You'll see it opened? Aye. 'Twould be a most welcome boon. But are you so certain you can make it so? You do seem a strong enough sort, I'll warrant.
I mean, I'll try to open it. Well, I walked inside. I don't know what your problem is.
We'll need a light to get through this darkness.
Into the ancient quarry.
Do not let down your guard.
What else is in here? Ooh, I can mine. Far quicker for me to mine. Yeah. Let's see. Give Rain both of those. Get out of here, rat.
What's this?
The path splits.
I suppose.
Interesting.
Steel nut salve.
What's that?
I see a gate closed fast.
This must be the gate the guy was
I'd like to
mentioning.
find some mechanism to open it nearby.
Out of this area.
That must be the gate that the guy mentioned. So let's go check out the other direction. Yeah, that'll help a little bit with my inventory capacity. Well, this is a bit of a dead end.
Interesting.
It's just a rock. Gonna level with you. Don't know if just a rock is that interesting. Oh, it's a brick.
Get bold, Master.
Counter after they strike.
This hat increases our
Oh, that's not good.
That looks promising. What's this?
Ow. I definitely feel like I need to get a little bit stronger than I am. I'm not quite sure the best way to go about doing that. No, not that. This one. Okay, that's probably better used for something else. Well, there I go. Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm a little underpowered.
Do not let down your guard.
I think I might leave here for now.
We'll need a light to get through this.
And try to find
The quarry stands beyond. This passage links south and central Grancis.
yeah, I think that's going to be important to journey through. I just feel a bit weak, and I'm not entirely sure what to do about that. Other than just like fight random enemies.
That was a waste of time. That's all.
Careful! A goblin!
Goblin? Where?
The ancient quarry lies this way,
I blinded them.
Goblin!
Okay, I've already been through here looting. Somebody has.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
That's all? Huh. Barely worth the effort.
Tools scattered about. Smiles on the list.
This looks interesting.
Lots of spiders.
Stay wary at the water's edge, lest you attract the brine. It will not stop until you are fully consumed. Seems people lived here once. The path diverges. Stray from the roads and we'll soon find monsters arisen. Seems all roads lead to Grand Soren.
Seems all roads lead to Grand Soren, eh? Now that's pretty. The sun rising over
Danger
Grand
stalks
Soren.
even city streets. Best we remain well equipped.
Take that, barrel.
Stray from the roads and we'll soon find monsters arisen. Monsters can strike day or night, even in the shadow of Grand Soren's walls.
I mean, the walls are to keep them out, right?
The ancient quarry lies this way, Arisen. The city holds every amenity. It would make a fine base for our adventuring.
War has not been kind to this place. Castle walls, or the ruins of such? I've come to feel more at peace when the capital is in sight. We need only follow the map from here, Master. We share these roads with traveling peddlers, guardsmen, and other folk.
Okay. I just want to go offload stuff from my inventory and see how much discipline I have to spend. And
The mild weather year-round makes Grancis
why do you
well
keep
suited
looking
for
off to the
human life.
side?
The stone of the southwest. 'Tis far to the south, beyond the quarry.
Yeah, so I definitely need to be able to get through the quarry. I feel like those bandits are dealing a little bit
This way leads on to the encampment.
too much damage to me.
A place one can live without fear of monsters. You make for the stone of the southwest. It is also advisable to bring along a pawn well familiar. The road to the southwest hold.
Have your pick. What will it be today?
I've got a lot of stuff here. I'll hang on to these nuts, I guess. Medicine to cure the mind and spirit. Most magical debilitations. I should probably figure out using these sleeper arrows. I don't see a reason not to just deposit all of those. Hang on, this is my Hogany cape for now. You can hang on to those.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like.
No, I'm fine with my vocation at the moment.
What will it be today?
Oh, I can get advanced trigger. Advanced form of that. Grand Ascension. The problem with this is it took quite a while to load up. Pierce magic defense, except when facing the undead. That seems an ideal time to have it. Double vault. Kicks at the air at the height of a jump to propel the user into a second leap. Curls forward into a tumble, effective as an evasive maneuver. Oh, so there is a dodge roll. You just have to get it as a dagger skill. Hold RT and press A. So the question is, do I want to save up for a dodge roll, or do I want to get... I think I want to get sixfold bolt. Because it sounds like it's significantly stronger than threefold bolt, so yes. I do want to be picking up that dodge roll, though, so I kind of want to... Actually, I shouldn't need to do anything here. Yeah, because I have sixfold bolt automatically equipped. Actually, and I should... when knocked over, press A the moment you land. Oh. Interesting. That might be a good idea to grab for her, actually. A bunch of augments here. You know what? Let's go ahead and get her this as well. There, her core skills are automatically applied, as far as I understand it.
Have your pick. Any you like.
Let's just go ahead and rest till morning.
Are your travel preparations complete?
I think so. Let's go see if the shop has... I don't know if the shop here, like, we'll just get better gear over time or not.
Me, iron, the masterworks.
I don't think they... No, it doesn't appear to be the case that they do. I'm fairly happy with the armor I currently have.
The master will come again.
It's useful for enhancing stuff, though.
Have you aught to sell?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think what I'm going to do, actually,
We make for the stone of the
We don't deal. We're in them. Take all the time.
is I want a decent amount of these. Okay, that's
Take
good.
all the time. Do come.
Okay. So I know that there is the store. Hang on, I want to look at my map. It's over this way. The Black Cat does sell significantly better gear, but a lot of it's very expensive. I'm gonna go check to see what the prices are. I am slowly building up funds, so it's not like I won't be able to afford it at some point.
as expected of a residential area, it is much more quiet.
Okay, it's just over here.
The Duke. Now why would I place my trust in such as him? Even the daftest of dragons will ill fall before a human. So either the good Edmund is a fake, not that I can cast stones there, else he's no human. Either way, I'm not eager to give the duchy over to him.
What?
If he's the sort of demon fit to slay a dragon, what's to stop him from demanding human sacrifices and the like? Nothing. That's what. I'm sure you'll find all you need.
Interesting. I feel like for some reason I have an Eternal Fairy Stone. I don't know why, but I certainly appreciate it because it makes life a lot easier than having to keep reusing them. Spade, scythe, hammer. Interesting. Skeleton Key operates a device. Wakestone Shard, very expensive. Has one available. Okay. And then we've got some absolutely bonkers gear. That is very expensive. It's not actually that impressive in terms of raw stats, so I'm not sure. Daggers with hilts of Saurian leather, especially effective against all species of the walking lizards. I see. They probably can be leveled up nicely if I had to guess. Magical bow of queer design, but unerring accuracy, especially effective against humanoid foes. Oh, wow. Look at the debilitation resistances on this, though. Tiara of Enlightenment. That must be what I'm wearing. Some of these I could actually afford. Is this clothing? Emissary armor. Ancient robe. Set of ladies' garb. Robe of Enlightenment's what I'm wearing now. I think some of the stuff like just came as part of something or another that I've got.
I'm sure you'll find all you need anytime.
It's weird. I feel like I
The scrivener at the Black
don't understand
Castle
quite
contains
how.
objects in your possession. Precious things gone lost or missing have a way of turning up there.
It's weird that there's a thing up there, but then nothing there. I feel like something about the edition that I have or whatever that gives me additional gear has probably given me some really strong armor equipment or something. I'm not quite sure how to gauge any of this, though.
Speak to any pawn and they will gladly.
Because, like, I would have expected some of those numbers to be better, but I think part of it is if you look at my equipment, like, I've added some additional levels to these. Not this, but this is a Tiara of Enlightenment, so it is already apparently a very good piece of armor. This is a Robe of Enlightenment. I haven't upgraded this at all, but... yeah, these don't have levels.
If you've caused the especially if the master works all, you can't.
So I could take these to level 3, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, sure, let's go for it. That's like 20 more points of strength. And this could go up to level 3 with a misshapen eye. It's really weird to me that you can, like, skip levels. I'm not quite sure why that is. That goes up a little bit. I'm not sure if that's worth... oh, but I have a lot of Saurian scales. And that money requirement is fairly low, so let's go ahead and do that. I could spend 3k to get that up by a couple points. I don't think that's quite worth, though. Like, I could just put 550 golden kindling into it. Get to level 3. It feels very weird to me. I would have expected this to require you to get through level 1 and 2 to be able to get to level 3, but you don't. You just select, oh, I have the materials for level 3. It doesn't appear to, like, add additional stuff on each time, so it's just better. I don't know. This Jerkin is pretty underwhelming, even regardless of the... But it's like, I can't get level 2 of this because I don't have any fisheye stone, but I can go straight to Misshapen Eye, and this vagabond armor just jumps up a bunch. So it's like, okay, sure. Like, yeah, this is nothing. Sure, I'll make your cotton hose slightly stronger. What about your riveted boots? Yeah, I've got rusted plate. So I could get these to level 2. But I don't need to worry about spending that money for level 1. Let's go ahead and get them up a level.
The master works all, you can't.
So like now this broadsword is not as good as her trusty sword that I've upgraded a bunch. Doublet. Oh, the chest guard is clothing. Let's just see her green skin. I might get this braided shirt for her. Cause this is a little bit stronger.
The master works all.
I mean, sure, let's go ahead and do that. I can also look at these guys and do stuff with them, I guess? I don't know. Okay, whatever. I'm content with that for the moment. Let's see here. Maybe I just need different pawns?
The stone of the southwest. 'Tis far to the south, beyond the quarry.
Grand Soren, the beating heart of all
You need
grandeurs.
only follow the map from here, Master.
Let's try going back to the quarry area.
I've come to feel more at peace when the capital is in sight. Castle walls, or the ruins of such?
There were bandits here last time, but it looks like there are not this time.
War has not been kind to this place. The city holds every
I wish the road, like if this would be an interesting mechanic. If running on roads had less stamina consumption while running, that would be a really nice mechanic.
Stray from the roads and we'll soon find monsters, Arisen.
Well, we're kind of following the road now, aren't we? There's some goblins over there.
all roads lead to
Let's just go over the hill. Yeah, I saw one. Where? Oh. That guy came flying out of nowhere.
I shall find it. Now attack!
That's all. Fairly worth the effort. I'll take that. Leave it to me.
Yeah, regular goblins are a little weak at this point.
Ah, animal dung. A deer, perhaps.
This is one of those spots where I'm actually doing enough damage with Hunter's bolt. To feel like I'm actually doing real quantities of damage with it, sort of thing.
New techniques against that foe. I shall
are you even seeing to fight?
This looks interesting.
Did it?
Look, I just want to go fight some bandits inside a mine and open up a path forward and complete a quest. That's what I'm wanting to do.
The Quarry stands.
We'll need a light to get through this darkness.
I accidentally told them to go.
Going.
I'm gonna need
More of
to
this.
add some oil to this.
Do not let down your guard. The path splits.
What's this?
Some shadow caps. Oh. Somehow a fish got over here. I found a hammer. Don't remember what was here last time.
See a gate closed fast.
So this leads to the locked gate. I'm just gonna drop another save.
Familiar with this area now.
Oh, there are spots to mine along here. I'll stretch some as I mine. It's important to make sure I don't stay too still or I get kind of sore. Okay, let's hit the correct button. It's not really a good way of making this faster, but I'm gonna be a little paranoid since I have a bunch in here. Just because last time I came in here, I was ambushed by a bunch of dudes who brutally murdered me.
Counter after they strike. The attack in quick succession. Attack that blinds them.
Oof. Oofa doofa. Oofa and doofa. Up. Yep, just friggin' smacked me into the ceiling. I feel like that's maybe a little bit more reasonable this time. But there's a reason why I wanted to drop a save.
Armed bandits arisen. They're left exposed after a grand strike. Counter after they strike.
I'll blind them.
It's a troubling foe.
That item is mine.
Can't stand much more of this. They're left exposed after a grand strike.
I think we managed to get past them this time. How's my lantern doing? It's half full still. I have a couple flasks of oil. I don't mind picking up another one though. Sometimes if these flasks or these jars hold stuff like oil or poison that you can fill flasks up with. I realized when I said stuff that was very ambiguous and unclear.
This looks interesting.
What's that? What's this?
I'll take that.
I don't know, y'all loot everything. I'll take some green wash though. And the snake skin. Again, the way this game handles game over is you reload a save. So after I've done a bunch of looting like that, I want to make sure I'm saving. So I've retained that. Okay, so that was blocked, and there's some sort of switch there. Okay, let's go examine this path a little bit. Money.
Keep moving.
Sorcerer! They're left exposed after a grand
Attack in quick succession.
Wait for an opening.
counter after they strike.
Did it!
There's no way we could have lost to that.
I agree. That guy seemed pretty
Perhaps the
pathetic.
miners come here to rest.
Ooh, mining. Mining is an excellent opportunity to drink some water. Okay. And combine it with curious wine to create something unknown. Or combine it with something completely unknown. I didn't get jack from that vein. It was a terrible vein. Oh, hello.
I wonder what's inside.
Me too. Was this a flask of would Vim? There. Grab a little bit more oil.
What's this?
Ceramic jug. Okay. Let's take another thing of oil. Again, another paranoid save. Flasks are cheap and easy to come by, so I don't know. See, I just found an empty flask just sitting there.
A gate. Closed, I fear.
It is locked. You haven't the key to fit it. That is more or less what we were suspecting, yes. Again, the way this game handles game over encourages this mass spamming of saving, which I personally am not a big fan of, but I'm not going to talk about it too much this time. I complained about it extensively in a previous episode.
Whoever wrote these harbored quite the one.
Final journal entry. Let's go ahead and read this. An excerpt torn from a traveler's daybook. The author has fallen ill in an unknown land and bitterly awaits the end. I am bled and ill and far from home, and death is near. My Laura, whom I have abandoned, Alicia, whom I have now twice failed, Reynard, my son, forgive me. Rain, please hold this. Thank you. It's a small passage. It's indicating there's something beyond there, but it's not a spot. Even as small as my characters that I can squeeze through.
What's that? This looks interesting.
What is that? A giant?
The sight of whoever decides it.
Ow. Oh, hey, I love her. We're about to find out if that was a good idea or a bad idea. I really don't need you grabbing Saffron and running off. It's blocking, eh?
Stay ready. It will come at women first.
Why would it come at women first?
More vicious than a cyclops.
Also, if that's true, we're all screwed because we're all women. Ow.
Help me!
Ow.
Be
I don't know. Ow. Well, at least I found a spot of healing. It definitely feels like it's gone into something of a rampage. I'm struggling. Oh my goodness, that hurts. Well, this thing just friggin' ate me to death. So this is why I don't like these methods, because it's like, okay, now what have I done? What haven't I done?
I've learned of this area.
It's very annoying to me. Yeah, I know. It opens the door.
What's this?
That was a waste of time.
Coming. I'll go at once.
There's a lot of shadow caps in here. I don't expect the ogre can follow us in here. Get a magical flare charged up here. I definitely am hearing a bunch of growling. What the source of that is, I'm not as clear on. What do I have that's weighing me down so much? Shadow caps are apparently fairly heavy. I apparently have a lot of those. A medicine that wholly prevents one's stamina from draining for a period of time. That seems very strong. Charge up another magical flare.
I'll heal
This will draw out the toxins.
Nothing like noticing your ally is poisoned and trying to do
What's
something about it.
this?
Okay. If I go through here more slowly, I think it'll give opportunity for them to pick some of the mushrooms, perhaps, which would be nice. Poison flask. Feels like a weird sort of side path, but one that we can use to maybe avoid the large angry creature. This clearly... Oh, it does continue. It continues way up there, which is a bit beyond my reach. I don't exactly have a ladder that I can just place there.
We'd like to find some mechanism to open it nearby.
A giant monster.
Its kind target to women over all others. No, they hold the advantage.
They're fast for all that muscle.
I don't care about goblins. I want to get out of the... Oh, my freaking thing out loud.
Stay ready. It will come at women first. Their simple prey once hobbled.
Interesting. So this loops around to there, but... Hang on. I want to grab a lot of shrooms. Oh, are you freaking kidding me?
No, they hold the advantage. Their raw power makes them a threat.
We shall restore your health. Hold on.
That looks promising. I'll take that.
She's exposed after attack.
Give me that buff. I want to transfer this terrain and these terrain.
Tis a troubling foe. Such bounty. Visible prodigious loads. I fear it will take from the side.
Give me a giant pile of cash. Well, I found a nice little safe feeling spot now that I've cleared out all the goblins here.
This looks interesting.
Rain just has so much more carrying capacity than I do.
I'll take that.
What's that? What's this?
Good opportunity to save is what this is.
Such bounty. 'Tis a prodigious load sleeps here, dead end.
Not too heavy yet. A lot of little bits of inventory management. It's one of those things where it's like, I have such mixed feelings about the system. Because, like, I wouldn't... Do I like the sort of play pattern that the inventory weight has? Like, it adds a level of realism. And, like... and whatnot, of like, oh, you can only carry so much stuff. The more stuff you carry, the heavier it is, and that's going to impact your ability to do stuff, and it limits the number of things you can carry, but in a way that lets you kind of determine what that's going to look like. And there's a lot of things that I like about that sort of system, but on the other hand, I dislike certain things about the system too, and one of the big ones is it just adds a lot of little bits of overhead and inventory management and tedium to the game. I'm like, is that adding enough value to be worth it? And I was like, I don't know.
Opening this door will make travel from the south easier.
I see. So we can't open it from this side. Might be able to break the bolt. Wait. Turns out the answer is yes. Hello, floofy rafts. Welcome. Certainly dated to a point. Your height and size plus muscle mass during character creation actually affects your carry weight. Yeah. Which means that my tiny little character here can't carry very much. Like, again, it's stuff is like, okay, is this level of realism, it's interesting, but also, is it one of those things? Because there's a lot of things that are interesting from a design standpoint that just don't play as well as you'd like once you actually try them. And I feel like it might be one of those sorts of systems where it's like, this is an interesting idea. I don't necessarily like how it plays, but it tickles my design, like, fancies or whatever.
We need only follow the map from here, Master. I'd not thought to find such a place here.
Okay, so that gets me through over to here where I wanted to be. That's a better way of getting over here. But yeah, so it's just one of those things where it's like, does it sound really cool as a design idea? Yes. Like, your character's height and muscle mass and everything, all of that stuff, it makes sense that would affect how much you can carry because, like, you just have more strength and capacity to, like, carry stuff. But at the same time, like, does that... How does that actually interface with actual gameplay? Does it mean that players are incentivized to make very large characters so that way they can actually just carry more weight more effectively? And therefore, like, in practical terms, you take an interesting system and because, like, is there advantages to being small, right? Smaller characters regen stamina faster, have smaller hitboxes, and carry less. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, if there's trade-offs, like, that can be alright, but...
We may rest not far from here.
There's a land rife with spots where useful materials.
This passage links south and central Grances.
It's definitely... And the thing is, it's like, it's not necessarily a system they're telling you about during character creation either. So, I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag. I definitely feel like it's not a thing that they would do these days. Or it would be a lot less likely to have, particularly in a larger game like this one.
The worm's coming has driven beasts to flood in from the mountains. Don't worry, I'm here.
Hold on. Goblin!
smart. This looks interesting.
No normal goblin, this ends it! Goblin kin, perhaps?
I'm just gonna do sweep.
That blinded them.
Mind the stone throw!
Need to let my stamina regen here some. And like, there's also ways that you could mitigate it by having, for example, automatically transfer items to another character if your carrying weight gets too high.
That's all? Huh. Barely worth the effort. What's that?
I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Yeah. Hmm.
It's most unsettling. Guess we chose our path carefully.
Hey, level up. That's nice.
Monsters arisen, ready yourself!
You told me there are monsters. Where are they? Is it just that one over there? Spawn AI has this learning curve thing going on where they learn about monsters. Yeah, for sure.
Did it!
And then they can tell you as well, which is kind of neat.
That was a waste of time.
This looks interesting.
Thank you for picking it up, so I don't have to pick it up and transfer it over to you.
I dare say this road scarce sees civilian use.
Probably not.
What's this?
I do like what they're trying to do with pawns. I feel like maybe the gambit system from Final Fantasy 12, at least from what I've seen of it, is like probably taking some of those AI ideas in a like slightly better direction. I don't know. It probably depends on your systems too.
Barely worth the effort.
Monsters never want to hide in force. This ends it!
That's all? Huh. Barely worth the effort. I'll take that.
Felt a bit of a tickle in my throat.
It's a formidable foe.
You know, I don't need to be burning oil right now. Guardian Scatter Challenge. Yeah. Can I change some of those things for like hired pawns? It's another profile for pawns. Yeah, because I know Rain, who's my this pawn. Inclination, primary nexus, secondary, nothing there. I don't know what that means.
By the looks of it, it is a grand and sturdy fortress.
Let them gather from that. I see.
It is known as the Shadow Fort, built to ward against a goblin invasion. We're here.
Well, let's enter. It's a pot of poison. I don't need more poison.
This looks interesting.
How? Did I just find a skull inside of that? This must be the group of people I'm here to meet up with.
Judging from his fine armor, that man is likely to be the captain.
Hi.
Well met, sir. I take you for the Arisen. Sir Maximilian informed us of your coming. By your leave, I would ask you spearhead our force here.
Ah, I see.
Our tactics are as such. We aim to strike from the front gate, but lack the time and means to batter down the doors. I ask that you pass through the hole you see there, and lay open the gate from within. I cannot say what may await you within. The danger is great, but I trust you will prevail.
Let's look for a way underground.
We'd best check the grounds to know what to do next.
Do you guys do anything?
There's a way down here.
Will be easier going.
This hole is goblin dug, sir, and seems to lead inside. Pray, take care.
Okay.
I pray the goblins won't find the stone's ballista. Damned beasts! Yield and accept your fate!
Even sentry work on the third shift is better than this.
How could this have happened?
Well, apparently people weren't paying attention. The goblins made a hole.
There's a way down.
Ow. Hang on. I feel like there's a clue. Because the lantern doesn't straight up tell you how full it is, but I feel like its weight tells you how full it is. Like if we look at Rain's... No, that's also 0.6. I don't know.
What's that?
Leave it to me.
Anytime.
Yeah, I know it tells you when it's half full and empty. I was just kind of wondering if its weight, like, dynamically updated as it drained.
Anytime.
It's weak to ice! Must find a way to
A dose of courage. A lot of stuff to loot here. Yeah, I definitely found it to be useful against undead.
We must find a way to open the gate.
Well, I would like to transfer... What is this? A hammer? I mean, you can take this hammer. What is this? An earring hewn from ogre bone. Lens balanced such that enemy attacks are less likely to stun the wearer. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know why I have this, but Rain, you can take it. Just trying to move some stuff over that I can. There. PC.
I'll take that.
The device to open the gate must be nearby.
Door or stairway, we'd best proceed with caution.
We must find a way to open the gate.
There might be one up here, actually. Yeah, my material section on this character was empty. I already transferred them all over.
I'll heal your wounds.
I'll take that.
Yeah, do that.
It will be easier going searching this area now.
Perhaps that opens the door.
The lever's been
It looks
removed.
incomplete.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to find this missing lever.
This looks interesting.
Moss stone poultice. Yeah, so if you look, my materials is completely empty right now. I think I just have a lot of different curative items that are taking up space. That's nice. I will eat this berry. Oh, that helps. Okay, there was another path down here.
Let's search the cottage.
Yeah, this leads out the front door.
Perhaps that opens the door. It looks incomplete.
There you all
We
are.
must find a way to open the gate.
I agree. Let's find a way to open the gate. Let's go up this ladder and see if there's anything over here.
We can climb up to the ballista from here.
I've learned of this area.
Ow.
Large for a goblin.
up my bolt. They found the ballista, by the way. So the guy who was worried about that was right to be worried about that. Okay, well that's been collapsed. What's the point of coming up here, I'm wondering? Oh, hello. Use right stick to aim the ballista and RB to fire. X or Y to change arrows. Cannot see Jack for all of the colorful effects. Regular bolts have a quicker reload time. I feel like that maybe is easier to do. If that's something you're going to try to do, easier to do when it's not in the middle of the night. My goodness, I do not have hands anymore after that slide. Like, I think I found the lever to open the thing is. That's a big ugly thing over there. Oh my goodness. Well, let's just... Whee! Oh man, that hurt. Who's the... Saffron? Stand back up, please. Hang on. I need some light. What am I even looking at going on over here? Saffron, would you maybe consider standing a little bit further back? Oh! I am slightly on fire. Let's restore a fair amount of health. I don't like this particular location. I might have used up my stamina. What about its other knee? What if I want to shoot its other knee? Oh, I think I probably filled up all 10 of my targets. This actually does a decent amount of damage when you... Actually, I should not. Hey, somebody found some large nuts. Maybe they'll eat them and heal up. Maybe the ballista shots will do friendly fire. I think this one's almost down. Saffron, back on your feet. Yeah, I know there's another one. Okay, this is a spot where we give all of these heavy pieces of cyclops over to a character who can actually hold them.
Cyclops!
Cyclopses aren't, like, too bad. Don't. Stab it. Yeah, we have some amount of lightning spell on Volana over there. You can see going to town. We took out a lot of its health during that sun period. I wonder how many lock-on points they have. It's more than 10.
That was a waste of time.
Well, I just finished the quest for killing 2 cyclopses.
No, they hold the advantage.
Anytime.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Refreshment is in order.
I'm definitely hoping I get more, because Sunflare is a really cool skill, and I'm hoping I get more like stuff like that that are
This looks interesting.
like dagger attacks with elemental effects stapled onto them. What the heck else do I have? Oh, I picked up this. A greased grievous horns that douses whatever it strikes in oil. Well, at least hold this from me, Rain. Yeah, I definitely... I mean, technically the primary weapon is the daggers or the staff, and the secondary weapon is the bow, but I know what you mean, of like, in terms of practical playstyle. Oh, let's go up here.
Leave it to me.
Primary daggers, secondary bow. I mean, it's understandable. From my playing of it so far, it is proven that the bow is the weapon that I use more. So, in very practical terms, I think it's fair to say that the primary is the. Okay, but like, there's no way that's not just way over heavy. But yeah, in very practical terms, that's definitely what I've been using. What do I do about all this extra weight? I guess I just don't worry about it right now. Wait. Somebody got absolutely dumpstered over here. Saffron. Stop being dead on the... We do not need to scale that ladder. I have solved the problem. The problem was a rotten piece of wood that could just bust. It spells that only they use for those weapons. For example, being able to create a funnel with their weapon that drags in enemies. Yeah, I'm still not sure what I think of the magic archer versus, like, do I want to try a regular ranger? What the heck? Give me your curious swine. There's the lever.
The one casting stones. End him.
This looks interesting.
Okay, hang on. Okay, here's the lever. I need it to reattach to open the gate. Excellent. What is this? Armor fashioned from hydra scales, rare and extremely valuable. Also heavy, so Rain's gonna carry it. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So are the... Because there's the three sort of like base classes. Are they... I don't know. Is it where they're all kind of like equally powerful and it's just they get different skills and use different gear and stuff? Or is there like more to it than that? How's that for a question? Okay, let's go... see about using this. Because it feels like it's like, okay, Ranger is, instead of being dagger focused, it's bow focused and such. And then there's the magical archer, just has a very different weapon altogether.
Splendid work, Arisen.
The advantage is ours.
Now,
Let's
must
put
rust
these
in
beasts
peace.
to rout.
After me, man.
This is one of those situations where it's like, I can technically fire arrows at all of these enemies, but do I really do that much damage by doing so? Ooh, level up. Nice. Ow. Very heavy damage for fighters about using your blocks to your advantage. I see. Is it a bad idea to swap around your classes a bunch, or can you make interesting combinations by getting skills? Does this go anywhere? It does. Because it seems to me like it's like, okay, skills are more often connected specifically to weapons. It's something that I want to kind of experiment with, but like once you max out a vocation, is it actually to your advantage to try out other vocations? It's kind of where that question fundamentally goes. What am I looking at as the... I see. So it affects your growths.
Go, put them to the blade.
I don't know why that guy just stood there and let me charge up the thing. Let's go see what's in here. Chimera strategy, volume something.
That's all. This looks interesting.
Picked up so much random heavy loot. Lost armor fashioned from sturdy bones of various beasts.
Shall restore your health.
Being a skill monkey, able to apply a good amount of debuffs and aid the party with healing and curing debuffs. And having some respectable damage. Sorcerer, however, is purely damage focused with the single strongest magic spells in the game. Some decently long cast times. Yeah, I feel like I might want to give some of the other vocations a little bit of a try. But like, does Sunflare just care about? Okay, so this is a weird question, but when I look at my skills, is there a way of determining? Okay, it has a thing. So Sunflare specifically requires me to be this particular class to be able to use, and these all do. Okay. But these do not. They just require I'm using a dagger, I think. Yeah. I might look at some of the... Because there's a... Oh, well, you're showing me a treasure chest I want to loot. Boy, I really need my bank. I need an inn. This is what I want. Dogmas can be switched between classes, and any spell or skill that does not have the class symbol next to it only requires you have the weapon and use. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Alright. Oh man. Oh, okay. Yeah. This doesn't go over far enough to shoot the big guy. Mage and max level gets knockman that increases magic damage, then so if you max out mage then play sorcerer you get a fair damage boost. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't like fighting this guy in such a tight space. Hang on. Stop. Stop. I feel like there's a fair amount of potential for just like experimenting around with different classes. That's not a problem. Yeah. How often do skills unlock then? Is it based upon level, or is it... Because I haven't been able to figure this out, if it's like your character level or if it's your rank and your vocation. Okay, that's kind of what I figured would make the most sense, but then I feel like I haven't been entirely clear on. Yeah, I am small enough to run between its legs. I guess some larger characters wouldn't be able to do that and would be a little bit more boxed in by it, huh? Oh, I should turn off my lantern. This is like super unimportant right now, but...
Its armor is rent.
Its armor is rent.
I cannot reach its armor.
There we go, we got it. Makes sense. I see. So bigger character cleaning with like a cyclops can help keep it off balance and easy to knock over. Yeah, it definitely feels like there's a lot of like subtle nuanced systems. They're trying to make the game have a little bit more of a realistic feel. I definitely am enjoying the daggers, but... Yeah. He's just gonna jump out the window, isn't he? Well, he might jump out the window, but I'd be more inclined to use the stairs.
The beasts are bled and the horde retaken! Victory is ours!
Victory! Victory is ours! All glory to the Duke!
Was the Duke here?
I've learned what to do in this quest.
Oh, good. I'm glad you've learned what to do on this quest. Hi.
Magnificent, sir. The hold is ours once more. I've sent word of your feats onto the capital. The Duke will be most pleased. As are we all. Pray, accept this token of our thanks in esteem, Arisen. Still, their number was too great. No such horde existed in days past. I fear it an ill omen of things to come. Pray, let it not be too late to stem this tide.
Oh, thank you for giant pile of cash. I appreciate it.
It's shut fast. How do you suppose we open it?
I suspect... Oh.
What's this?
Let's have a look.
What's that?
There's a lot of tunnels here.
It's too dangerous to attempt ourselves.
Oh. Into the Frontier Caverns. Achievement unlocked.
I smell goblin. I've learned of this area.
It will be easier going searching this area now.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to go this way.
I've learned of beasts.
I am, but I'm not playing online right now. Are the servers for everything still up? I don't know where I go for options. Oh, online. Sure. There we go. I should be online now. Yeah, I think my main pawn shows up with the name Rebecca. Yeah, I'm on PC. Here's that treasure chest. Ooh, a red leather cap. Well, it turns out that wood is made of something very fragile, so it just instantly splinters. Station room. So hang on, is there... Shadow Fort. Frontier Caverns. I am very heavy. Port crystal. Use? Okay, well I have no idea how to use it. Yeah. I really need to adjust things so I get a larger thing for the chat. My chat window is kind of tiny.
What's this?
As long as you are on
A small person
PC.
might well slip through.
So how do I... don't know how to use port crystals. Or where I can use port crystals more accurately. But this qualifies as a town now.
How's the day find you?
Does this have its own port crystal already? Hang on. No, it does not. Is there like a special room I have to go to, or hang on. Traversal item. A marker to be placed anywhere one might wish to return. Use of a fairy stone will transport you there in an instant. So does this... I feel like the description of that item is making me think that it's something that I can... What?
I'll take that.
That it's something that I can just place anywhere to like set up a spot to return to. Like set up a fast travel point. I assume it's a permanent thing or like something that I could like pick up and move if I wanted to. Yeah, I pick it up, the infinite one. Yeah, this area doesn't seem to be able to receive one for some reason. Because it gave me a crystal right in there. But I'm not sure. Yeah, it can't be used now. I don't know why it can't be used here. I guess this area might not qualify as enough of a town or something? Yeah, I'll probably just stick it outside the front. Just outside the fort town here. So I definitely want to be able to get back here more easily than having to like traverse all the way through the area to get to it. But I want to go back to some place with an inn. That's nice.
It is known as the Shadow Fort, built to ward against a goblin invasion.
Well, I certainly worked towards that front until they took it. So now my Eternal Fairy Stone. Okay, can go over to there. Let's go back to Grand Soren. Yeah, it would make things a lot faster. I imagine that has an interesting impact on the speed run.
From anywhere with the use of a magic item. So this is the pawn room.
Okay, where is... Inn's right here.
Imagine one would never tire of this place.
No surprise. I fear you have your pick. Any you like.
Let's just start by depositing stuff. I should read that chimera strategy. You know what? I'll just deposit these, and if I want to equip them, I can use the menu. I don't know what that's used for yet, but oh my goodness, she has so many materials. I don't see a reason not to just deposit all the things I don't want to be carrying around. Well, I don't know where you found that reinforced longbow, but yeah, I'll take it too. So like, there's this random dresses and stuff. But like this is pretty solid because it's pretty solid, I guess. I've upgraded some of my gear, yeah. I don't know why I can just skip 1 star and go straight to like I can go straight to 3 stars, and I don't know why. I think that's a bit strange, but okay. So she can't use the bigger swords currently. That might be a requirement of a different class. Let's see. Yeah, no, that doesn't seem worth it.
What will it be today?
Yeah. I'll need to look at some of that stuff. I have a wilted blossom. I don't need to make pickaxes. Necrophagus loin? Okay, yeah, I'm... Throw blast, okay. Potent green warish. Matured green warish. Oh, I can do that with white sage and the other as well. I imagine that's a stronger healing item. Okay, what the heck is going on in her inventory? Oh, she just has so many curatives. Yeah, she has a lot of curatives. I'm just gonna put some of these away. I don't need to greatly restores one's health currently. Yeah. That makes sense. Warrior uses big weapons. I don't need a regular fairy stone. I'm not carrying other.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
So, yeah, I have a lot that I could be learning. I don't really care about trying to learn staff stuff. Magical Gleam. That illuminates a broader area for a longer period of time. Funnel Trail. This is a magical arrow that draws in nearby lightweight foes. So that's something that you were talking about. I actually kind of...
Have your pick. Any you like.
Assassin. Daggers, shield... Swords, daggers, shields, bows. Hybrid vocation. Expert at covert attacks, aided by mastery of a variety of weapons. I kind of want to try assassin. I feel like that might be something that I enjoy a bit more on her. Like magic archer. I don't know, I can switch back and forth if I want to as well. Yeah, I see warriors heavy weapons, but no secondary. I think I might go ahead and unlock assassin and give it a try. Yes, changing my equipment is a good idea. I'll equip this short bow, since I can't use that for the time being. I still like that. Scale coats. Or bone armor. I think I'll go with a scale coat. I'll just put those back on. Yeah, this gives me more maximum stamina. Bigger bone. Once balanced, such that enemy attacks are less likely to stun the wearer. I see it has some good stagger resistance on it. Let's go with that.
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
I'm mostly interested in these. Thanks. Triad shot. I'll get these. Fires a shot capable of piercing multiple targets. Ah, yeah, okay. Dire onslaught, sword and mace skill. I don't care as much about the sword and mace stuff because have severity of wounds you sustain whilst your blade is sheathed. Interesting. Sure, I'll pick that up. Yes. I'm not using a sword. I'm using these. There. Rain.
What will it be today?
Do I want to learn skills here, or do I want to try changing her to a different? You know what? Let's go ahead and grab this. Yeah. I'll need to figure out using arrows, though. Grants you the energy to carry additional weight. Feels safe, it's easier to escape from battles. Allows you to more easily perform perfect blocks. Small enemies are knocked skyward. I can get her the advanced version right off the bat as well. I should probably grab Broadcut just for that reason as well. Yeah. Let's see, right now she has this slicing through multiple foes. That seems good. Sure, let's try Antler Toss instead. I don't know how I feel about the extremely limited way in which you get access to your skills, but
will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. Come again soon.
Are your travel preparations complete?
That's not who I want to talk to. I want to talk to these guys.
Me, I've iron and the master works.
So, I mean, I can use a sword. I don't really... I'm happy to stick with my upgraded stilettos. So, Sylvan Bow would presumably be stronger than my short bow. Happy to pick that up. Yeah. So, I don't think there's anything else that I'm really looking for. Hide armor. I think I'm happy with what I've got in that regard. Iron boots would be stronger, but I really like the Venus I've currently got. Okay. Yes, I would like to change my equipment from the short bow to the Sylvan bow. I would like also to see about enhancing the Sylvan bow. And if I can, the scale code. Yes, I can. Pretty substantial jump up, too, it looks like. Very expensive, but... yeah. I don't have the wool cloth to upgrade that, but that's fine.
The master works all. You can't go wrong.
Okay, but what can I do to lower my weight?
I fear you see. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
I mean, I'm not using this right now, so I'll deposit that in the short bow. I'm not using that. I don't remember what this did. Heightened resistance to ice. Yeah, whatever. I don't need that right now. Inventory monocle, not too much of importance, and it sells for a decent chunk early on in the game. Yeah. I'm not too worried about funds. I'm more worried about what I can do to lower my carry weight. Okay, let's just
Have your pick. Come again soon.
transfer. Give Rain like 5 of those and like 3 of those and give her like 1 of those. Probably don't need to be carrying that around. I don't know what that's about.
I fear you have your pick. What will it be today?
Do I have... yeah, I have my matured warish. I might leave it here for the time being. I don't think those go bad or anything. What was this? Throw blasts handle with extreme care.
What will it be today?
I'm gonna put one of these liquid vims away because they're kind of heavy.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again soon.
I mean, my character's so short that she just can't carry like very much. Okay, let's see. Actually, I should look at the map. This want me to go to the Duke? Yeah, okay. There's a town crier. I don't know. I just want to give this particular class a try and see what I think of it. So, vocation, whatever they call them. Hi, I have news.
Ah, good Arisen. Word of your victory over the goblin horde precedes you, sir. With the fort back in our hands, the south of Grancis is shielded once more.
What's the person doing over there? Next to his nameplate.
You've quelled yet another of His Grace's worries. May your success continue, sir.
Yay! Experience points.
We'd best prepare ourselves for whatever is to come next, Arisen.
Okay, why do you have a thing over your head, though? Where'd Maximilian go? Oh, hey, Saffron. Oh, he just started wandering off.
It would be my honor to show you the ready charges for the worm hunt. The choice is yours.
I mean, I'm trying to decipher a text.
Certainly. Then here are the details. I fear this task is no simple call to action, sir. It will no doubt take time and a more subtle approach than your other work. Perhaps you've heard of the society they call Salvation.
No, I have not actually.
In truth, most of what we know is the product of such hearsay. They are a band of heretics who worship the dragon and welcome the perdition it brings. In the chaos come with the worm's arrival, their influence has grown. Ill news indeed. Pray, keep watch for signs of salvation as you go about your business. If you find aught, tell me. Good. I'll rest easier for it, sir. It will be my honor. The choice is yours.
Age of the research team?
Certainly. Then here are the details. By the Duke's decree, we spare no effort in gathering knowledge concerning the worm. As one arm of that pursuit, we aid the faith in their examination of ruins and relics.
That makes sense.
One such ruin has of late become home to monsters. We've received a request for escort. They've asked for you by name, sir. What response might I give them?
You know what? Sure.
My thanks, sir. His Grace has commanded the utmost attention be given to such matters. Pray, speak to Father Geoffrey at the cathedral in the city for details of the task. Were the decision mine, I would set every man we have to defending our strongholds.
I believe I have. I mean, I have done so in the game, yes.
But such is our duty.
Okay, I don't necessarily want to do that quest just yet. The Water God's Altar. I have been in that area. Oh yeah, I need to go talk to Alon. Let's go do that. Yeah, I can certainly do so. Also, I kind of want to replace one of these mages with something else.
Imagine one would never tire of this.
I fear you have your pick. What will it be? Understood.
Accessing server. I'm actually kind of surprised the server's still up. Let's see, that is not the menu I want. I get confused because there's two very different menus. I think I like this. Yeah, I think I like Valana a little bit more.
Are your travel preparations complete?
I mean, I might want to change Rain around a bit. My main thing is I don't think I need two mages. Hang on, I've completely forgotten. Okay, I have not completely forgotten. I felt like I'd forgotten which direction to go for the Riftstone.
We are like to have dealings with the armorer here for some time to come. The Pawn Guild stands ahead. It is a gathering place for my kind. So quiet.
Hi.
You can summon pawns as necessity demands here at the Pawn Guild.
Valana, I feel like you were fine. Where is the other one? Saffron.
Is everything in order, Master?
I release you.
May our paths cross again.
Yes, Arisen.
Wait. You're level 97. Why are you 0 RC to higher? Wait, what even are you? Oh, you are a sorcerer.
Yes, Arisen.
Why can I enlist a level 97 sorcerer? I have no idea whose this is. I mean, it feels like it'd be game breaking to hire this. Cause freaking level 97 sorcerer. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, I kind of want to, but, you know, I'll add to favorites for later. I kind of feel it would be irresponsible to the experience to hire a level 97 pawn. Is there a way to just like shuffle who's here? Pawn's your main pawn knows. Send away. Okay, so I can send them off. And there's a pawn just named Asterix.
Yes, Arisen.
Rook, get out of here. Pawns that belong to the people that hired them. So if you hired your pawn would be on that list. That makes sense.
Yes, Arisen.
You seem much more in line with where I'm at. Except you lack a lot of skills. Go away. No, I don't want mages. Go away. Go away, mages.
Yes, Arisen?
You seem reasonable. Well, I don't have the ability to evaluate any of this stuff.
Yes, Arisen?
I'm going to enlist this guy.
I am honored to travel with you.
Okay. I am satisfied for the moment.
Be they man or
Business with the
pawn,
guild,
it
sir?
is hard
This
to
is a
do
place
aught
quite
alone.
restful to my kind. You can summon pawns as necessity demands here at the Pawn Guild.
Okay, let's go tell the guy that we opened the gate. But maybe he doesn't want to go through anyway because it's very painful in there. Being drenched in water can affect one in a variety of ways. I assume it makes one more resistant to fire damage and... Yeah, that makes sense. What? Why did the music get very dramatic? What's going on? Oh. What? Well, that was... Yeah, it seems like a weird thing to do. Well, I don't know what's going on over here, but these people did not have a good day. Let's ignore their terrible plight. Because I don't see anything else for me to do here. And let's just go tell the guy about the thing.
Come to feel more at peace with the capitals in sight.
Castle walls, or the ruins of such?
War has not been kind.
The city holds every amenity.
I do feel like I'd really like a new game, not necessarily... It doesn't necessarily have to be in this universe, but using a lot of the mechanical ideas of this, but like with new concepts that have arisen since this game came out. I think that'd be really a lot of neat potential. I don't know. I really like the idea of an action RPG with a party, kind of like what this one has going on, but where there's like camping in the field and things like that, and I don't know.
Seems all roads lead to Grand Soren.
Something that's like less epic chosen adventure and more wandering around doing stuff in the countryside. There's probably games like that, I just don't know them.
triumphed.
Yeah, I'd be interested in a sequel to this game. Again, like, a lot of the mechanical foundation that this game has is really interesting to me. There's some stuff that I'd like to be different, but...
This passage links bested the gate, have you? Happy news, that. I'll just be on my way then.
Oh, yeah. I don't have general links allowed.
Hey, still rife with monsters, is it? Well, that won't do at all. Say, you've half cleared the path already, sir. Fancy finishing the job for a fella? I've every confidence you'll prevail, I do. Off you go, then.
I've learned what to do in this quest. The monsters await Arisen.
Well, let's go back inside. Outward like that, but not party-based. Ah, I get you.
I'll take that.
What's this?
It's weird because I want something that has some structure and like some sense of goals, but they don't have to be like grand. I think that's the big thing. I am looking forward to Elden Ring, but that's a different matter.
It responds to weight. Stepping on that panel ought to open the door.
Yeah, it just I didn't notice this lowering the first time I was in here.
Seems the duration the gate stays open varies with weight. There's alt here, Arisen.
Searching in this area.
There's a snake. And a pickaxe. Well, looks like the main thing in here was just the quarry key. Ooh. What mining? Nothing like hitting the wrong button for your mining. Let's see. At some point here I am going to want to stop for a lunch break and then switch over to Ashen. Not quite sure when that will be. Okay, so I need to go take out various monsters in here. So will this just open that dead end? Because if so, that doesn't really do a whole lot, but I guess I can go find out. Ow.
I shall take on the strong.
Now Arisen, exit!
Counter after they strike.
Watch for them axes.
You were lucky.
Oof. Good doofa.
They're left exposed after a grand strike.
I've learned new techniques against that threat.
You were lucky. Counter after they strike.
Leave it to me. Quick succession.
You guys big. My thing needs oil. Key to the quarry's gate, no doubt fashioned by the masons of old. That's nice. What are we looking at? One of the nice things about the magic bow is that it has a like auto lock-on reticle that lets you know where enemies are, which is extremely nice to have available.
End our ogre problem once and for all.
Counter after they strike.
They attack in succession.
Yeah, that's cool. So that key allows me to unlock that. It doesn't really matter that much, though.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
It's like the fact that I have different. Because I almost wish this had a Guild Wars 2 weapons style system where, like, I could have multiple primary and secondary weapons equipped that I could then swap, kind of like Dark Souls or whatever, but where the skills then are attached to the weapons, kind of like Guild Wars 2, where it's like, oh, here's my dagger loadout and my bow loadout and my shield loadout and my sword loadout, and then you can kind of like toggle between them to kind of like pick which skills you're using at a given time. Something like that would be of interest to me as a system, but anyway, just thinking about
Meat left here may spare us more attention. To bait an ogre, use meat or
what I'd
poison
like.
or a
Of course,
weapon.
they're using the D-pad for certain things, so I don't. I already got the final journal entry the last time when I went through here prior, but I may not have gotten it.
An ogre of all the poor luck.
Leave it to me.
Nick does not seem to care about my damage at all. I'm not seeing it take any noticeable damage. I definitely prefer enemies to have like multiple health bars and to kind of represent having a lot of health. I have shot too many arrows. Hang on one moment. Just because it allows you to be able to see the progress you're making on things health. So the enemies that have like 3 or 6 health bars or whatever, more like Metroid, frankly, from Samus's health. Something like that where I can get more of a sense of how much health there is. I much prefer that, just because, again, like I can see that my hits are actually having an effect. But ha, kick them in the butt. Going from 2 mages to 1 mage and a warrior definitely feels like a stunning improvement, though. I shot too many arrows again. I know I don't want to be at your shins. We are definitely dealing damage to it. It's like at a less than half HP now, but got you down. Let's see. So if I go use and then I can wear myself out of fancy arrows, but is it dead?
It is not defeat to flee from battle,
Oh,
master.
it is dead.
Survival.
If you lose your way, you need but consult your map.
That is accurate advice. Well, we got him. So that's nice. Nurse log sap. Get out of here, bat. Something over here. Ooh. Mining. And somebody found a tuft of hair. I did finish a quest for killing... Oh, I need to kill more in the ancient quarry if it's any more undead warriors. Yeah. That's why I got the Grievous Black, for doing that. Okay. You might have been able to get an ambush off if you hadn't said anything.
This looks interesting.
Concentrated sap gathered from fallen trunks combined with other materials to produce something of use. Other sap could be created if I had the materials.
Stay vigilant, Master.
A curative will serve.
Lots of spiders. Actually, I think it would not be a bad idea to eat some nuts.
What's this?
I feel like I'm fighting Ganon. I'm not getting enough time. Haha, I jumped onto it and grabbed it. It does add a lot that you like have arrows and stuff sticking in him.
After this comes the fun part.
Leave it to me.
Fill it with arrows. Ow. I mean, if you want to come over here, I'll shank your ankles. Somehow that'll be very dangerous-ish. Get back up, Don. You're not done yet. Okay, we need to go after her.
Help me! I cannot take much more. Let go! Let go, Dean! Take care when scaling its back. Help me!
There we go. Got it down. Woo!
If you feel a foe is beyond our means, there is
Man,
no
those things are
shame in fleeing.
chunky. Level up was good because it fully restored Rain's health.
Combat needed
Did you say
improving,
something?
Arisen. If the party needs adjusting, adjust it.
I'm gonna see about giving this one of these to Don.
A curative will serve.
It's dark and unsettling.
Let's see. I kind of want to go take out the other one. Just do some paranoid saving, as I want to do.
There, Master! Ogres!
I cannot obey right now. Hunger knows no end. Keep your distance.
Well, I shot a few too many arrows. God, really, we knocked it over again. Wow, we've done a lot of damage this one. There's a white truck outside that caught the sun and grabbed my attention. Ow. Wow, that thing punched me for a lot. Trying. Need to break his grip. Yeah, success.
What's that?
It was a difficult task.
Yeah, there were 3 of these large monsters around. I get all of the parts from them? I think so. Where am I with my vocation? I am at rank 2 now. I should mean have a little bit more available to me, right? There's a hidden chest. I don't know what a ferric talon is, but we're gonna find out. Oh yeah, I got this thing, which I read already, but then I think I died, so I didn't get to see it. A hammer wrought of purified iron. Its head can pulverize or puncture both. Powerful enough to crush boulders. Seems like I've gotten some cool two-handed weapons. Ogre bone.
What's this?
It's a rock, I believe. You'll find if you examine it closely. Ooh, mining. Okay, I'm gonna go turn in this quest, head back to Grand Soren, take a rest at the inn, and do some other stuff there, and then I will probably be calling this portion of today's stream to a close. I'll take a bit of a break. I don't know exactly how long, and then I'll be back with some Ashen later. That's what I think's going to happen here. Let's see, is this way to go report back? Yeah. Yep, all the way up the far end. Okay. Wait, unless... Unless he's, for some reason, at the other. And I'm going to assume not.
Now this place can see use once again.
Boy, it takes a while for my stamina to regen when I've worn my character out from carrying too much junk. I definitely want to pick up some more specialty arrows, though. I can see them being extremely useful.
This
Oh,
passage
please,
links
eh?
south and central
Happy
Grand
news,
South.
that! You are a wonder, sir! I'll not tarry about then. With this road open, the merchants of the capital will have an easier time bringing in goods from afar. 'Tis a fine thing for sellers and buyers alike, having trade on the rise.
I've gained quest
I feel more familiar with this quest now.
That cool. Huzzah! Success. I'm gonna head back to Grand Soren. I think I'm gonna run there, though. I don't know. Feel like it.
Let's have his armor and shield off. It grows frenzied.
There we go.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
Good old miner's hut.
There, Master! Undead warriors!
Where?
The path diverges.
Oh.
There, Master! Don't allow them to swarm!
In with the strike.
These were easier to fight, of course, when I was on the magic archer, who had the ability to just do massive damage to them.
Strength in numbers, Arisen. Shall restore your health. Hold on.
On the other hand, I imagine a holy buff would do quite well in helping fight such things.
Stray from the roads and we'll soon find monsters, Arisen.
You notice I'm not really trying to stray from the roads.
Stronger than a common goblin!
good. I was terrible at stamina management.
Goblins heal like fire. I'll fell it in a single blow. It ends. No, attack! Back to the grave.
RC seems like unless they have more use for it than just hiring higher level, like pawns that are above your level, it feels like a resource that's
Stray from the road, and we'll soon find monsters arisen.
like not really used much.
Monsters can strike day or night.
Like it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like it gives you that much of an edge in terms of like getting pawns that are like maybe
Are you all right, Master?
I'm fine, I just ran too much. That are like a bunch of levels above you, like, well, how am I trying to express this? I basically I feel like RC doesn't really mean much. I think I found the cult, everyone. Oh good, I'll take vocation rank up. How? We're definitely going to want to sleeping at the inn afterwards. Ow. Get back up. Hi. Yeah. I'm gonna have you stop doing that. I know you cannot move. Boy, it's been a very interesting decision to just walk back.
Leave it to me.
We really need a rest in an inn.
Holds like this one are crucial in warding the capital from monsters.
Now we're getting close to Grand Soren now, I believe.
Even the capital is not without its dangers. Best we remained cautious, Arisen.
I mean, they're telling me about it right now. Yeah, I just keep running too
The
far.
road splits here. Let's be doubly sure of which will see us to our destination. Stray from the road, and we'll soon find monsters arisen.
The roads are safer than the brush, but still, we'd best stay wary.
Yeah, I mean, we...
Let's have its armor and shield off! Hold on.
Ambush quest successful. Boy, choosing to walk here certainly has had me fighting a lot of stuff. Hang on. Where are they? Oh, I went past Grand Soren. That explains a lot. There it is. In my defense, it's very dark out. And that's one thing I'll give this game props for, is like when it's deciding, it's dark, it means it. It is dark.
splits here. Let's be doubly sure of which will see us to our destination.
I mean, this will get us there, I think.
Even the capital is not without its dangers. Best we remain cautious, Arisen.
Why are there guards outside of the
Grand
gate?
Soren,
You're the
the
Arisen,
beating
eh?
heart of all Granses.
Thought you had a magical look about you.
No, I can't conjure up gold pieces, sorry. On the other hand, I do have a decent number that I picked up out in the wild from bandits and other things, so I don't know.
Set out from here, and we'll be on the path.
Seems this way leads outside as well.
Yeah, it does lead outside. You're correct.
So quiet.
Wait, I wasn't trying to get to the Pawn Skull. I was trying to get to the inn. I don't have any business in the Pawn Skull right now.
Have you equipment to enhance?
It's not the last we'll call upon.
No, sir. I fear. Have your pick. Any you like.
Okay, a few things. Manage stored items. Let's deposit some stuff. Like this rock. Wow. A plain tuft of human hair. It has no intrinsic value. I don't know why Valana has so much human hair.
What will it be today?
That she somehow acquired. Oh yeah, maybe that enormously heavy hammer, that would help.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
Oh boy, I got access to a bunch of sword skills. Back kick. Pulls back momentarily before unleashing a frontal kick. Oh, no. I think I want to look at bow stuff first. Full bend. Draws the bow with all the user's might, then looses a shot straight ahead. Special sight augments the user's vision, allowing them to target distant foes. Each shot requires extensive stamina. Skewer dart. Let's go ahead and get this. And let's go ahead and get the upgrade to puncture dart. Oh. A sword and mace skill. So controlled fall requires you to use a sword and mace, not daggers. Interesting. Has a shield skill, quick loose. Requires less time to knock the next arrow. Let's go ahead and get that. Entrancement. Increases your stamina, but only at nighttime. Interesting. Sure, you know what? Let's get it. I don't know what back kick's like, but I might as well grab that too. There's definitely a lot of sword skills I could be picking up if I wanted to. But I don't really want to use a sword. Let's try back kick and just see how that works. Also, triad shot. I want to try full bend instead.
What will it be today?
Rain. Is almost maxed out on fighter. Hindsight slash stone will. Let's go and give her that. Oh, that could be good as well. Let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and get her perfect defense. Wait, did that unlock another one? Divine defense. That guards against all attacks at a greatly decreased stamina cost. Oh, so it's perfect defense but cheaper. Okay. Let's see. An advanced form of shield strike that shrinks the user's window of vulnerability. I'm gonna give her perfect defense, and I think I'll try Shield Storm instead there. I'm probably going to change her from fighter at some point, but I'm not quite sure when that will be. I kind of wanted to get her max rank on fighter.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like.
Come
again soon.
I will rest in just a moment. I want to... Okay, so that does that and then fires. So that has a charge up period. Good to know.
I fear you have your pick. What will it be today?
I would like to withdraw my specialty arrows. I think arrows are pretty light, so let's try making a few more as well.
What will it be today?
Kindling. Poison arrows, yeah. Let's do this. A lot of ways of making pickaxes. And just like there's lots of ways of making back fat oil. Yeah, let's just make some more poison arrows. There, I should have quite a few to use now. Alright, well that's probably... Ooh, let's see what I can make with this. The Sundering Spear Tome. What the heck is that? Oh, you can make a pickaxe from a hoe. That's amusing. Or from a broom. A broom plus a hoe makes a pickaxe. Okay. Ah, different ways of making skeleton keys. Yeah, okay, what's this?
What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again soon.
It's the Worm Hunt license. I have no idea where this other thing is. Oh, it's
I have your pick.
I need to go to withdraw. A treatise on magic from an author long forgotten, infused with the power to split the earth itself. I'm gonna pull these out and see what the heck they're about.
What will it be? Have your pick. Come again soon.
An ancient pawn's book that suggests slaying a chimera's snaketail before all else grants knowledge. Your pawns have gained knowledge. Oh. A treatise on magic from an author long forgotten, infused with power to split the earth itself. A magic item? What does this...
I've gained some new
I've learned
I'm...
Can't run. No use struggling.
In my defense, that was a complete accident. I did not know what the item would do. I mean, I was just trying to figure out what an item would do. Oh, hey, free shackle. I literally have no idea what to do now. I have no idea whatsoever. What, does your character just have to sit here in real time? So this is one of those things that's kind of weird of like, okay, you have this happen. Now what? Like, what's the point of not just, like, why not just give me a game over or force me to reload or something? Or why even allow that in the first place? I don't get what the point is currently. I have no inventory. I literally see no point in doing this.
Do as you're told, and a bit of coin will buy you freedom.
Sure.
No love of crowds, and less still of unwanted chatter. Pray, move along, sir.
What was the point of that?
We ought to seek out Father Geoffrey at the cathedral.
I am so confused. Just move to equipment. You've just given me... I don't mind a... like... I don't know. I'm just... Right now I'm just trying to mentally process, like... what the point of that was. Like, what did that add to the gameplay experience? Or how should I try to process or interpret the point of it?
Father Geoffrey will be in the cathedral, Arisen. This
well
way.
met, sir.
Here, Arisen.
Like... I'm not sure what it is. That's the thing, is like... I just wanted to know what the item did, and the description was not very clear, so I tested out the item, and it accidentally blew a person up. It's like, okay, I understand... like, why you would want to have repercussions for that, fine. But, like, how do you do that in a way... I don't know, it's a very weird question of, like, okay...
No surprise. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
I would like to put this stuff that I got when they threw me in the slammer away.
What will it be today? Have your pick. What will it
Just
be?
rest until the next morning. That was very, very strange.
Aye, the inn offers a clean bed, but it deals in vocations and skills besides.
Like, what I would prefer is for them to say, this item, you can't use this item here or whatever, where you can't, like, accidentally do that, because I don't see a purpose to allowing you to do that by accident. It just makes for a very weird play pattern. So, on All right, well, that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for things here. I will be back in a bit to play some amount of Ashen. I'm not sure how much, but that's the plan. But that's going to go ahead and wrap up Dragon's Dogma for this week. So I'll be back with more in a week. We'll see if I continue to settle on Mondays as like the default day for these, or if I want to choose a different day of the week. I'm still not entirely settled on that just yet. But anyway, thank you all for watching this portion. And until next time, everyone, take care. And goodbye.